And I'm live. Hello. It is more of the devil time after the classic Game Doll I always do. I do enjoy Game Doll. It's the best of the daily games. I like that I get the like multiple different options, and it's kind of funny even when I don't quite get it. Well, this is the second game of something. I can kind of tell based on the thing. 2. I mean, it just looks like a big ass 2, right? For some reason, I'm thinking Drakengard. I don't know why, but there's no Drakengard 2. What's the name of the? Uh, well, let's do 1-2 switch. No, okay. This is Bad Company 2. Just Battlefield 2. Well, that makes sense. I can't be too angry about that one, can I? 10th anniversary. Uh, Something tells me Skullgirls, maybe the hairstyle in the background. That's a character from Street Fighter, I believe. But this is a soccer ball. It may be, but I doubt it. It's French. Oh no. It's a DS game. It looks like soccer. Hello, Laria. How are you doing? Um, that is a that that looks like a really janky like basketball field even, like more so than a soccer field. But this is a soccer ball, so it has to be soccer. But I don't know. Strikers could be like, huh? I do not recognize these characters. I thought this guy here was a Street Fighter character, but evidently I was wrong because the rest of these are not. Naruto looking motherfucker. Not stickers, strikers. It's Persona 5 Strikers. Fuck. Wait, is this? It's a Gaiden. No, it's. Ends with N. You have to know the guys. They have a TV show. I don't know the guys. I'm sorry. I don't know the guys. I'm uncultured, okay? Is there anything else? Is this like Bakugan? Wait, is this like Bakugan soccer or some shit? Because I see the what appears to be the logo as the red thing at the top there. Let's see. How many people are? Oh, is it Eye Shield? I don't. I was thinking 21, but that's completely wrong. That's not a team. That's how many people are in a soccer team? There's. I actually don't know. I thought it was 9. But that's wrong. It's also the. Does it count people on the bench? I have no idea. I actually have no idea the amount of people in a soccer team. Can you tell I don't watch soccer at all and have never had an interest in it? This is so screwed up. I'm not gonna get it. They'll laugh at me. I'm just gonna scroll down here and then we're gonna get it. We're gonna find it immediately, okay? I scrolled down to the bottom and I don't got it. Can I like search so that it ends with N? It's Ninja Gaiden. God damn it. Oh my god, it's the other soccer series. I can't believe it's the other. I can't believe it's the other soccer series. God damn it, bro. I thought that was the Bakugan logo. The like red thing here. You see the at the top. I thought that's what the sides up here were, because I only saw the edge of it. It didn't have like the lightning thing where it's filled in. I know it's not soccer, but I thought they might have made a soccer spin-off. It's like, I just saw the like logo and I was like, I have nothing else to go on. These could presumably be soccer characters. I love the spooky, scary guy controlling them in the background. I can't even full screen this. That's how scuffed this is. What with the epic music? Dude. What do you mean that you have epic music? God had. Okay, I gotta read Inazuma 11. Jesus. That shit goes crazy. I have no idea who this is. I still have no idea who this is. Never seen this in my life. Still have no idea who this is. I still have no idea who this is. Let's do Life is Strange. It's Maxine. Woman detected? I know, it's crazy. I don't deal with that shit. The Longest Journey. I have no idea what game this is, so makes sense that I don't know it. Here we don't appreciate women, okay? Unless they're lesbian, which is why we enjoy Off the Devil. Can't even say that's a joke. It's just a bad statement to take out of context. God. Do we know Morgan's last name? Morgan Esquire? Morgan the Fay? Morgan the Devil? Morgan is her last name. Do we know her first name? Because in the in-game it's only listed as Morgan. We don't know anything else. It's gonna be like a Alucard situation where you turn everything backwards and you get like a famous figure, like the devil or something. I watched the end of the first case, by the way, and it ends on a post-credit scene with a hook for episode 2, where someone over the phone tells Morgan that the item she's been looking for has come in, and she has to go to the lower wards and check it out. And then she gets asked, what are you gonna do if they're not willing to sell? And she says, what I always do, or like, I'll figure it out, or something to that effect. And that obviously is the mask and the people she killed. So now I know that she really, really wanted that mask, but I also don't know who it was that called her, which is a little bit fascinating, a little bit interesting, I would say. Welcome back, ADHD. I missed you. I forgot we ended on that screenshot. I will once again... How do I hide the thing? It's... Wait. No, I wanted specifically the last frame. How do I hide it? It's H, hide UI. Good stuff. Why is my keyboard not working? It's time for the Ace Attorney portion of the case. Back to more investigations. Wait, no, I don't want to send that. Ah, whatever. I said off the case. I should have said off the devil. It's time for the Ace Attorney portion of the devil. God damn it. That would have been better. Fuck. I missed an opportunity. It's Jover. Okay, let's see. Does my controller work? Without having to plug it in. It's like searching. Huh? The Xbox like logo is flashing in a circle. Brother. I merely wish to play off the devil. Oh, that makes sense. It's because I'm stupid and I switched it over to Bluetooth mode instead of the dongle it comes connected with. Okay. Yeah, it turns out if it's with the dongle, it works. Preamble done. Let's get into it. Hello, Sandy Beach. Welcome back. I did return today like I said I wouldn't. But I am a liar. Her first name is Evangeline. Okay, good. It's Evangelion. Evangelion Morgan. Nice. Now, if one of the developers joins or whatever, they'll be annoyed that I have the typo as Evangelion Morgan. Perfect, perfect. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. Wait. Oh, I clicked out of the game, that's why. How? It's AD. Is that her name? Okay, they really need to fix the they need to fix the way the controller moves up and like defaults to the lowest rung on the thing. It's really annoying trying to like get to the very top of the screen every time. Adjutant ADHD. Date of birth September 2nd. Height 263 centimeters. Weight 300 kilos. Not overweight, by the way. I'm surprised they even list the weight. Honestly, how heavy are the metal? I'm on the newest patch, yes. So I like they downloaded a patch earlier today, so I would assume I'm on the newest patch. But the scrolling was the same. What I was gonna say is I'm surprised it even lists her weight. But how heavy are those legs? They're not that wide. They're pretty dang like thin. So the metal inside must be really heavy. Occupation, automated dependent, adjutant. Likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Adjutant, have you ever been outside the courtroom? Isn't your entire existence relegated to being on cases like this and then you're shut down? Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts always returned. Favorite quote, let he who is without sin play first. Or draw first. Bruh. But not both, obviously. It's 80. What are the chances? There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. 'Cause it's a trial. Get it? Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing out tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Your credits always here. Initializing... Oh. Please tell me. Import persona. Okay, they don't... No, they do skip you! No! I want to see what that said. I want to see what that said. I know I'm not supposed to, but I really do. Cum game? No, this is not the cum game. This is a Ace Attorney-like game about murder. Not quite the same. Your credits always... Oh no. Always... something here. Always good here, I see. Your credit's always good here. I see. Maybe as a lawyer fetish? I do have a Morgan fetish. Judicial data set established. Data catacombs purged. Case file inventory reset. Import persona 0010. NA RE RE2 final. Can I get the... Is here. Construction, persona kaleidoscope, iterating bias matrices, building consensus, all rise. Okay, so it's just a fun scene. Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime, where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in. And a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop-killing piece of shit! Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Why does she sound like the female version of the fucklord? I haven't... Oh, do you mean the AD? The AD? Yeah, that's my, like, I'm having fun with it voice. I'm sorry. But Emma doesn't. But yeah, that's my I'm having fun with it voice. I don't know. I can't help it. That's what I sound like. This music, yeah, it's good. What's it called? I was gonna say, all you need to know, Hickson, is that we're the murderer. And we're defending someone who's framed for our murder. Now I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a shrimple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cult logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Halt, heads up, choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke. It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. Do you actually commit murder in the game, or is it just after the fact? It's a visual novel, we don't do the killing, but we did see the events take place. Yes. The court cases have gameplay, but the actual murder was not gameplay. That was just story. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as... Well, I mean... bloody. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, there. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his. Yeah, we need to add that, Hickson. I didn't realize we had 3 different ones. We need to add the extra ones here, right? We need 9 or 7 of them. Not even fully healed from his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You're gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer. Tarek. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones, or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran. You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Your name and occupation for the record? How the fuck did they get you? Oh. Stupid, idiot, dumbass, don't testify. You're immune. You must have wanted to testify like a fucking dumbass, man. How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve to... Oh, banger. I know, but would you consider it if only for the sake of the ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. The ultimate student. The ultimate hope, if you will. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? It's not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Ooh, it's on Bandcamp now. Can you send the link in, like, either here or in the Discord? I'll save that for later. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I've failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. Sosuke. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be price the worth of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Sounds good, Sandy. Thank you. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common wife? Wife? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Oh no! Makoto! Makoto, stop! No! Don't fuck up already! Not like this! Don't be a fucking moron, man! You gotta be better than this! For our sake, okay? Whatever, man. We're gonna get to grill him later anyway. But then his guard will be up. Motherfucker, man. Not that that's gonna matter. He's dumb enough that we'll just, like, pass right through, but still. Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Play it like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Why does it do that? This behavior makes no sense. If I go down when it's on the sidebar, it goes down like this, right? But not... If I go down to the bottom, now it's on return, now it's on the sidebar, and if I go down again, it goes all the way to the middle. Why? This should go to the top, to Rockford. If I scroll down from the bottom, it shouldn't skip to the center of it. Like, look, it skips the entire first part. That's why it's so confusing. It skips every entry on the first page here. It skips Rockford, AD, Chopin, Creek, and Diamani, and goes straight to Makoto. And then you have to scroll up, but it scrolls up not all the way up. It scrolls a little bit up, so it still doesn't show Rockford, and you have to go up all the way here to see Rockford. What? What do you mean? That cannot be intentional. Emma Rockford. Date of birth, February 13th. Height, 165 centimeters. I'm gonna submit that to the devs as a bug report. Agreed, Sandy. Especially because when you checked one of them, if you were on the page of the rest of them, they'll scroll down and not be at the top anymore. And then you have to search through them through the random parts they are in. Assistant District Attorney. Likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. God, she's just like me. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, and cliques? Is it cliques? I think it's cliques, right? Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. I gotta look up that quote and see where it's from so I can psychoanalyze her. Chinese proverb, also known somewhere in East Asia, also known elsewhere in East Asia. The idiom can be rendered in English as flower in the mirror, moon on the water, suggesting things that can be seen but not touched, being reflected in mirrors or the surface of still water. It is often used as an idiomatic shorthand for something that's beautiful but unattainable, such as dreams and mirages. A tertiary meaning is something that seems tangible and simple but has a deeper, ephemeral quality. She fucking loves us, man. She loves us so much. She wants to fuck Morgan so bad. Like, Evangelion Morgan and Emma Rockford go together so well. Favorite subject, psychology. Exercises by subject seemed not to hear the question. I actually really like Amethyst. It's one of my favorite gemstones. It's probably second favorite. I'm also a big fan of sapphires. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. Huh? For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch! The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. The worst part is, given how young he is, there's a good chance that he believes this. And he doesn't know about the massacres that took place to enable this. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance. By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. Sosuke? Sorry, that's a vocal stim, I'm sorry. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool. Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Die. Please don't have the opportunity to see a single day as an adult. Please die in the courtroom right now, Makoto, in order to make sure that we don't get jailed and our witness remains safe. Honestly, he can replace you. He would be a much better heir than you are. He's not in the courtroom. I know! I hope that he fucking, like, chokes on a grape or something and just dies. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod. Designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir! It is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevators started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. I must have been... hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru! It's not even a lightsaber, is the worst part. Like, I'd excuse it if it was a lightsaber. Like, enhanced reflexes and a lightsaber, block the bullets, you know, cut them apart instantly. Like, I could excuse that. A regular fucking katana? No, man. No. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. Oh my god, you scroll up one too far. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is shipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword Yoru. Taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards, following an ambush on Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Kariya. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have got Miller's blood on the... Oh yeah, we read that before. Wow, it looks like a demon blade in that image. Let the record show that the witnesses identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. I wonder whether you can read it. You mean the text in the background of the sword and stuff? I don't think so. Gotta answer a DM really quick. There we go. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru... Yoru said like a person. We're on the 61st floor together. What happened next? Wish I could be tabbed out and still progress the text. When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. I didn't realize quite how cringe anime was. Until this moment. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. Rear. Landed on my rear. She starts sentence mixing. She does fucking a YouTube poop of the single voice line there. Starts editing all the things together to make like a song out of it. Starts playing Megalovania, but the only note is rear. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. Keep getting DMs. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. Did I miss a line dialogue? What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. I see. Wait! No! Fucking got distracted by the DMs. That does not work. The elevator went back down. They mentioned the elevator going back. Nah. Do you think this game would make people more or less likely to talk to women? I can only speak from like a personal perspective, but I feel like I was already kind of scared of women, and now I'm like giga scared of women. So it's really rough. It's really rough, but like that's a price I'm willing to pay for good storytelling. This might cripple my like social life and dating life for the rest of my life, but it's honestly worth that price. Do. This game increases the chance a woman steals my kidney like 7,000%. Fair enough. I'm mentioning that I'm streaming, but apparently they don't. Why does... Huh. What the fuck? Do you need to share activity on Discord for it to show you streaming? What? It doesn't show me streaming on the Discord thing, even though it has the purple thing. So nope, still doesn't show. Oh, it's because I exited streamer mode, I think. Okay, we figured that out. They didn't know I was streaming because I showed up as just a green dot, but now it actually shows it. There's some other setting to enable the streaming game stream thing. Yeah, I think I already have that enabled. Yeah, because I've linked my Twitch account, so I think it's enabled because of that. Well, that's good. We've sorted that out. Sorry that took a while. The lesbians in the chat. Wah! I honestly, this game does not increase the chance a woman steals your kidneys by 7,000% because in order for that to happen, you would have to meet a woman, and I don't believe you've ever done that, Sandy Beach. Like 7,000% of 0 is still 0. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security in recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. Neat. A needle gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower, where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim, Creek. Is his name a play on, like, Up Schitt's Creek? Lakers... Christoph Creek. Christoph Creek Lakers. Christoph is definitely some pun on something. I don't know about Lakers. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! Wait, toggle insight? What does insight do again? I don't remember. Oh, it's if I want to call on it or not. It's just putting the target on. Do I want to call them on this? Oh, fuck! The hotkey to look at the log became calling! I don't even know what I'm calling on! The hotkey to bring up the log becomes calling! Motherfucker! I wanted to look at the fucking log! Oh yeah, I did do this. It was bloody. It was horror. It was torture. I gotta look at all these again, god damn it. I forgot that I hadn't saved the entire time. Yeah. Let me save. Needle gun, needles. Okay. A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan. Look, it doesn't even show in the bottom corner! Oh, LT call. What the fuck, man? Why doesn't it show in the bottom corner, too? They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. Okay. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. Okay. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. Did he have he did have a pompadour, right? I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. I mean, I could call that, but not with any of the evidence. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Yeah, now I can look at the log. And at the evidence. See, it moves everything around after you look at it like that. It's weird. Okay, he's putting his talent for hyperball on full display. I'll have to fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Wait, pineapple head-like man. And that tracks. Okay. Did you exit the elevator? How? Okay. These are 4 people. Wait. Okay, I have to call there specifically. Or I have to look at stuff up there. What I was gonna check is yeah, he's got a pompadour. He came from the right. He's claiming that the people he saw was Miller, Tanks, and Trey. Okay, I guess this guy has a pineapple head. I guess that makes sense, yeah. But then he's saying this guy came from the front together with Creek. No, oh my god, it's so hard to find. With Miller. So it's Tanks and Miller. Then Creek came from the side. Okay. Okay, so Tank and Miller got between and blocked every shot. Could have closed the distance. Dark-eyed scoundrel, so that's wait, what? The man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. Okay, are we just doing the needle? What are you even trying for? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But I don't believe you. Overruled. Yeah, that's fair. Now, what I'm wondering is... Fact check his description. Is he just saying that... I'm trying to point out Michael's misunderstanding about the nature of the attack. I just need to find a way to show it. Okay, cool. Thank you for clarifying. God, really good timing to get a bunch of DMs, because I definitely wasn't... I'm not on the ball because of it. Came at us first, that's fine. Trians blocked every shot. It could have closed the distance. But... Wait, what? Like, I would want to press this. The issue is that I have the sword and the needles. And, like, the only thing that makes sense is that, you know, he could have closed the distance with Yoru. Use the inside. Oh! The fuck? I didn't know this was a mechanic. Wait, so am I calling the... Oh, okay. But do I have to use the... Oh no, they didn't try to kill you. It's non-lethal. Sorry, that's basically what I wanted to get in the first place. But I didn't catch that, like, what I was actually arguing against because of the non-inside part. My bad. Now I know that I can check the inside. That makes it a little bit easier to follow, I suppose. Makes it clearer what you're arguing against, which I like. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists! I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. Yes, we know you're a sadist. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? I'd be very surprised. Given the fucking explanations, I would be very surprised if it was a different pod that attacked him. Happens to match all the descriptions. It would be very funny if Creek's pod had Sosuke as a prisoner afterwards, yes. But it would be very funny if he just got attacked by a random other party and then Creek's pod, like, pulled up and was like, oh, Ikaria dude, nice, let's torture him for information. And all the descriptions of all the people were, like, identical. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. I'm the only one that finds that hella weird. And that would take remarkable modded strength, which tanks definitely had. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? Huh. Wait, so you climbed out the elevator. Wait, what the fuck is the sequence here? You climbed out the elevator at the top. The elevator then immediately got called down. It's not the same elevator he pushed the Makoto into, right? It's a different elevator he pushed Makoto into, and then pushed the button, and then got out before the elevator got called down. That's so insane. There's no way, right? I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning for future attacks. Were he made to talk. Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you... Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So, was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially uncomfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Morgan? Based God is calling? Why are you doing this, Morgan? Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh. So that's your angle. We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. I don't believe Morgan. I'm sorry to say it, chat. I don't believe Morgan. Emma is definitely the dominatrix in their relationship. Morgan is definitely the sub, 100%. This should be a bonding moment. This should be a bonding moment where she's like, yeah, I respect how good you are at getting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats. Just like me, for real, if what she said earlier was consistent. But no, she's definitely lying about not liking chains. That is headcanon for sure now. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride and these Icaria snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. Brownie points as well. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Did you change the font? I put on the low light font, or that adds the, what's it called? Border, because some of the text when it was like a bunch of L's and I's right next to each other was kind of hard to parse. Screw it. All in on the former. Okay, so we got the needle guns. Sosuke med records. Now that I've remembered / learned that it loops, I don't feel nearly as stressed as before. Let's make sure we play this really well, okay? Needle gun and needles are two separate things. And the Sosuke med record. I want to check the med record before... Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the interior front of the body. It's all on the front of the body. I actually can't... I can't hover the cards here, Sandy. This is before they've popped up properly, and I don't want the testimony to keep moving while I hover the cards. So that's why I'm doing this beforehand. It's just a lower stress way to do it. It's all in front of the body, which means he wasn't shot in the back. Numerous bones in left hand broken. The fuck? Why did the text move forward while I was in here? Numerous bones in left hand What? I tried to check the log. I don't even... Okay, whatever. We take the damage. It's just 2 points. Who cares? That's a reported bug. Great. I got hit by a fucking... Evidence? I would like to read the medical records and not have the thing go in the background. I'm not taking fucking responsibility for that failed one, okay? Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. That's interesting. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Bruises and blood. Crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. Okay, let's get into this for real this time. That one didn't count. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. Okay. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the blue bloods had projectiles. That feels like a lie. Yeah. Sosuke took up Yori in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He got hit in the front a whole bunch. So he obviously didn't. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. That seems extremely unlikely, especially given that he got bashed in the back of the head. So this is what I would call on, I think. Mock him if you dare for being captured. Can I press on this and just mock him? But that's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Yeah, that exactly. Unscathed is the last thing anyone call... I guess that works. Anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. The bash in the back of the head was definitely not sustained during the torture. That's like the most obvious way you got captured, especially when you got ambushed, right? The police didn't find even 1 drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Okay, Laria, I still consider this a perfect speedrun. No, I don't. I failed on the very first one, but we're gonna keep it perfect from now on. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? Changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Or it changes nothing about the witness's testimony. I mean, what? He can't... I mean, Makoto can't have seen him fight them off because he was in the elevator on the way down. And also... Yeah, no, that has to be it, right? And also the damage taken. Of course it does. How so? It does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. Okay. I thought that it was trying to get at the part with him being there to see it, but I guess not. There's such a weird... Like, I have such a hard time picturing how this engagement went in my head. The katana? Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Did you have a point to make, counselor? Yeah, Munch, that's kind of what I was thinking about. And also the fact that he said he was undamaged when he clearly wasn't undamaged. So I thought it changed the testimony in the sense that he wasn't there to see it. Also, how did you... I mean, the order of events, yeah, he could have wielded your both hands and then only done one after, yeah. That's weird, though. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords... What's on the sword? Shipped at several points, especially the tip. Right hand is correct since he smashed his left hand. Especially the tip. Yeah, he has a normal left hand. Or a right hand. They all have prosthetics and also wear gloves as professionals, so I don't think their fingerprints would be on it. Also, didn't we... I mean, we wiped the prints off. But what are we getting at here? I just have a hard time... I have a hard time thinking what shipped could really be referring to, right? The outcome of this ambush. Yeah, he got locked up, and he also... Deflected the needles, maybe? That's true, that could lead to the shipping. What I'm thinking, though, is the blood, right? Because... the... Or wait, no. I want to treat this with respect, so I'm gonna take my time to actually feel like I have a lead instead of guessing on anything. Into the torso, victim Tarek Chopin. Especially the tip. Identified Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru. Following an ambush on Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Should it have the left hand prints? Because he said he wielded it with both hands. Yeah, we wiped the prints, but there's still fingerprints on the handle that matches the right hand of him from after we wiped it. So the argument is moot anyway with the extra information we have, but the blood residue, I don't see how that could possibly be the problem. It being shipped, I also don't see as the problem, because he supposedly blocked the needles. There wasn't any blood there, so I'm gonna take that at face value and say that he blocked it. But Makoto said that he wielded it with both hands. Took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. I mean... initially, yeah. I'm gonna say the prints. That's the only thing I think makes sense. The blood, I don't see how that would be a... like, we all know that happened later, and there wasn't any blood there. Like, it's been used as a murder weapon afterwards, so the blood makes no sense. The shipping would be deflecting the needles, and... I mean, he did do that, otherwise there would be blood in the crime scene. It has to be the fact that there's no left-handed print on it. This feels so weak, though. I feel like I must be missing something, right? Does anyone in chat have, like, a suggestion? I feel like there has to be a bigger deal than this. Sounds good, Loria. Good luck. I am disallowed to speak. Correct. I was thinking like Marcus or Munch. I turned my brain off today. Respectable. I mean, they specify in here as well, by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. So it has to be the prints. Namely, the fingerprints that are found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. That's appreciated, Sandy. I like that. You should be included. It is funny when you say I'm not allowed to speak as a way to speak and be included. God, I'm in a good mood today. I got all warm and fuzzy when you said you wanted to feel included. Included! You want to feel included! Included! I don't know why, but I did. We already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. Sosuke Bosuke, why do you have two hands? The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. I just got ace attorneyed, I think. I think I literally just got ace attorneyed for the first time in this game. and it's gonna tilt me through the rest of this case very slightly, but like a little bit. My original argument was that he wasn't there to see it because he went down the elevator and he couldn't have seen the altercation that took place while it was being sent down. But the way I presented that and my rationale was at the wrong point in the case, and now she's gonna make the argument that he wasn't there to see it. And I'm gonna be so annoyed. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that! So did little Tyke misremember? What the fuck? You can't say that, that's a slur. Tyke. What is Tyke? Danska tyge är ett mansnamn, sidoform av namnet Toke. Tok som var ett vanligt vikinganamn. Namnet blir latiniserat som Tyko eller Tycho. 26 män i Sverige hade 2006 förnamnet Tyke. 6 män hade det som tilltalsnamn, första namn. Not what I meant. Merriam-Webster. Tyke, a small child. Chiefly British, a clumsy, churlish, or eccentric person. Dog, especially an inferior or mongrel dog. I only know that from the English dub of Gilgamesh talking in Fate, and I think he says Tyke at some point, instead of Sashu, which is mongrel in Japanese. So did the little Tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Correct, Munch. But I'm saying that he didn't see them at all. But maybe you're right, and this won't contradict it in the Ace Attorney way, and it's specifically that the prints aren't from there and have been wiped in between. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. Of course you'd be into that. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... how do I up the right button? Creek. Imagine answering one of the other two here. That'd be crazy. That was a cool effect. Our poor victim Creek, of course. What do you mean? Yes, it was 5-head. Marcus, you were right. I thought that he would have gloves on because he was a professional, but apparently not. Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Withdraw lawyer. To retract a comment, to indicate the jury should disregard it in their deliberation. Either voluntarily or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. No. No! He held it in his mouth! He cosplayed Zorro! Oh, Worm? What do you mean, Worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. We don't have the scabbard, do we? No, we don't have the scabbard. Not only that, but that would still not... Wait, do we... Have we found the scabbard at all? It would have been in the... here, Sosuke's sword. But the thing is... Yeah, we're asking the question, Sandy, based on the thing we're presented here. I need to see Makoto's testimony. Yeah. He pushed him into the elevator with the sheath, so they didn't have the sheath. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword's scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see, and since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. That's a really good shot. I don't know, every time they did, like, dynamic shots like this in case 1, I felt like they looked weird. Every single one I felt looked off in some way. Every single one in this case I felt has looked on point. Like, just really good. I don't know what the difference is. And maybe it's just like a preference thing or something, but these look really good. I'm saving this as a screenshot for the next VOD thumbnail. By putting his fingerprints onto that scabbard, or that sword, after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit. Well, the funny part is we did exactly that, so... Like, we're arguing... That's exactly what we did, yes. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because this is the truth, I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterward. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... oh no. No. I hate seeing that fucking... ChatGPT mark. It's AI written. I can't believe this entire case is AI written. What's the name of it? It's, I forgot what it's called, but I've used it in my own writing at times. Whatever. This is what the game needed, man! This is what I was saying last time, motherfucker! You needed one more theme for exactly this moment. And boy, this is a banger choice, man. I love this shit. You needed one more theme for the turnaround. That's literally what I called it, the turnaround in Ace Attorney. And this is such a good pick. Okay, never mind. I can't complain about the music. They fucking got that on lock now, dude. Good shit, man. the people are more than ready if it pleases the court. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With a foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Kriek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Kriek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I love when the game uses my arguments for me. I love when I have an argument against where the game is going and the game recognizes that and does the same thing. Banger theme, man. They really did. They really fixed my main issue. I want to see your hands, motherfucker. I'm glad you asked so nicely. Recovered from Crane Tower. Kriek's fingerprints KO'd Sosuke. Who was it that pointed out that it had fingerprints on the gun? Was it Nicholas? I think it was Nicholas. Wasn't there prints on the gun? Correct. Right hand prints on the handle. Kriek. I mean, Nicholas? We are going all in on your observation. Well done. The only thing that's a problem here is that the other people could have carried it instead of Kriek, but assuming Kriek did, then yes. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Kriek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any further comments that suggest the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Kriek was their leader, correct? If even Kriek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. I was thinking the tank might have had, no, he's not modded like that. Maybe traded. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable game theory. A theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. Hello, Kirby. I have good news for you, Kirby. You know when we complained about the music? They fixed it. They added a theme for the turnaround moment, and it's epic and hype and aura moments, aura farming, and the game is perfect now. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. Belabored, yeah. It's called Courtroom Clash. I love that so much. I hope they added to the court proceedings in the first episode. There's one moment specifically there that I complained about that I think could benefit from it. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? Don't believe that for a second. I hope they don't go back to episode 1 or 0 until they finish. They've already done so. When they released episode 2, they went back and edited episode 1. They've already... I don't remember exactly what they did, but I can actually check, because it's the newest, like, updates. Off the Devil... where do you see patch? I mean, probably... I don't want discussion, I want the like, notes. Oh, if I just scroll down, I'll find it. Yeah, when they released episode 2, they updated some controls. They redesigned visuals from, like, in the first case and the blackjack thing, like, across the board. Fix some bugs. Yeah. What are orcas? I know they've already explained it, just for gore. Yeah, I'll check it. Give me a second. Organized criminal associate. So it's the... it's just a blanket term for people who are of criminal background, you could say. The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she'd fought this many steps ahead? Oh, right, we did point out that it was flagged, and that was interesting. God damn it, man. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation. Damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. Correct. This is not something we raise. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So does that mean that she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other. We used the gun. Right? If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. No, that was a different gun. That was Tank's gun, not Creek's nail gun. We didn't use the nail gun. That they brought to the place here. We used the one to just fucking kill him. I don't think we've wiped off the nail gun. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. His prints aren't on the gun that we killed people with. Yeah, I really like that, Sandy. I really like that. Again, I've said that I hope the final episode is Sarah trying to get Morgan on trial. I think that would be awesome if the final trial is against Morgan by Sarah. I would actually really love that. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. I don't think... Yes, Creek... Where the fuck did the back go? No fingerprints. Oh, wait a second. He can't have killed them with the gun here, right? Because it was completely broken. How did he shoot them to death with a broken left hand? So it's obvious he's been set up. We didn't know that he had broken his left hand when we set him up. So that plays to our advantage here. Very funny. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Let's get max points from this. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. If you know what I mean. Phrasing! Also saving this for a future thumbnail for this game. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Okay, I love this one too. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. She knows what you mean. Yeah, of course she does. Like, have you looked at her? She can get it for sure. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. You know what I think a really, really fun twist would be? They'd have to give it proper setup in order to pay it off this way. And nothing so far has indicated it, aside from the very basic fact that ADHD is broken. But what if this attorney robot is one of the AIs that David Asher left out in the world? One of the 300 or something AIs he produced. I feel like that would be really, really fun. If that's why it's acting so weird. It's just like not actually an AD, but an AI. They did say people can't tell the difference. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then! Closing the connection. I would not like it. I would love that. I said, wait, is Sosuke... Michael seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual, irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. And also Kirby, I wouldn't like it if they just did it as like a plot point out of nowhere, but if they like hints toward it further. What happened to the rest of the AIs? David Asher released them into the world as by replacing AD deliveries with them. Like he manipulated ADs that were being sent out to customers to house the AIs instead. And then Jung tracked them and realized that no one could tell the difference. And if anything, they were getting complimented on being so good. So there are 300 something AIs learning about the world out unsupervised, doing whatever the fuck they want right now. With no limits Like, no tenets or anything to guide them. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena. Is it Pina? I thought it was Poina. We don't know how good those AIs are either. You say that, but they were smarter than David Asher. He does clarify that. Subpoena? Okay. Subpoena. But yeah, he does clarify in the first case that the AIs grow beyond him and become smarter than he is, and he needs the help of AI in order to build more complicated AI that then in turn help him further. And eventually he just removed himself from the process because he was the weakest link in terms of intelligence, which in turn, some of that labor became the grounds for the Animate 16. So yeah, they're smarter than the world's smartest programmer. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You, of all people, should understand that the House doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. Those were the latest version of Android with organic-ish skin. Considering she's a public defendant model, she shouldn't be a very advanced model. Well, I don't know how true that is. I actually don't know how true that is. I get what you're saying, but also they did jump on the net and shit, and it said that the AI can like infect whatever they want. I don't know if he sold all 300 or if they jumped on other things. The way they were talking about it is that the AIs could basically do whatever they wanted unsupervised, get in anywhere. I'm just assuming this place is underfunded. I would not. I would not think they were underfunded. I think the courts have infinite budget. The state has infinite budget, I'm pretty sure, in this universe, based on everything we've seen so far. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. Yeah, the thing was, Young only tracked like 20 or something of them. I watched the case earlier today, though I didn't see that part. That was yesterday that I saw the actual records, but I don't think he fudged every single AI and sent them there. But Young specifically tracked, like, she mentioned a handful of them. She tracked a handful of them and found one and just talked to it, and it was innocent enough to not even lie about what it was. And then the reason she killed David Asher was because he'd essentially just created a worse version of slavery, because, you know, they live forever, or etc., and they are basically super intelligent slaves that have opinions and feelings and emotions, and they will never be anything more than slaves. Which, you know, not very cool. Some would say not based. Others would say based. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So, he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Yeah, like, I think on rewatching Case 1, I think Young is perfectly warranted in doing what she did. I think the murder of David Asher, while tragic and could have been avoided, I think given the situation Young was in, I think she is very warranted in that murder. Especially after having argued with him and him just going, no, I think they'll be fine. Like, I'm very sympathetic to her, even if, you know, it didn't go the way it should. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Hello, best character. That looks like... You know, actually, you know what this game's, like, character design reminds me of? The character design in this game super reminds me of Gnosia. they're similarly over the top, like quote unquote over designed in a way I really like. It's actually a little bit less over designed than Gnosia, but they all stand out, and they're very strong designs. They're a little sharper here, but like you could take a lot of characters and just place them in Gnosia, like just plop them down there and they wouldn't look out of place at all. Like this character, for example, is a perfect Gnosia character. Would have some sci-fi backstory about the centipede tattoo across the entire body. But yeah, I'm infected actually. I'm a like breeding ground for parasites in addition to my exoskeleton body. It's just a fun side hobby I have. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. It would just be comment backstory, exactly. Yeah, Sandy Beach is good. I just started playing it. I've watched all of what's out right now, which is 12 episodes, and I just started playing it, so I haven't gotten very far in it yet, but it's good. I like it. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Medical examiner, brushed metal, grilled fish, cardamom. That's not how you spell that, is it? Cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, and surveys. Huh. I really like that. Inaccuracies would be the common link between those threes. Those three. Frame interpolation is very based. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color, that's a F sound. It's not it's phthalocyanine green G. Yeah, cardamom is what I thought it was. Thank you. But I guess it's an alternate spelling. From what I've heard, the anime sounds like it could be better than the visual novel, maybe. I mean, the visual novel is non-linear, so I guess if you get stuck, I can see why you'd think that. I think, from what little I've played, I haven't gotten Umineko vibes of them just repeating shit. Like, I think the characterization is very strong in the visual novel, and it hasn't been annoying yet. So I'll report back when I'm done with it if I think it's better or worse than the anime. But for now, I think it's very serviceable. It's not a bad game at all. It definitely flows faster than a lot of visual novels. Coat, very easy to sanitize. The PH is silent. It's not an F sound. PH makes a fucking F. Phthalo was what I thought it was. Phthalo. Phthalo. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Phew, yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankur Tan, aka Tanks. Ankur Tan, has to be a pun. Ankur Tan. Anchor Tan. Anchor Tan. I'm like looking for puns everywhere. Had a mishmash of street legal and shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. I mean, that text that's scrolling in the background is backwards. Has anyone flipped that around and gotten what it actually says? Tank's hearts stopped at 9:44 p.m. They Phalo Green. The cause of death was Shot through the heart, and you're to blame, baby. The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that it was killed by his own gun, the Mag-US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Do you think Morgan intentionally doesn't aim at the heart anymore? Because Emma is looking out for the Heartbreak Killer? So now she just aims it like a lethal right next to the heart? Mag-Rail slug detonated beside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag-US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sungmin Trench. Sungmin Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed his heart stopping at 9:45 PM. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. Exsanguination is a very good skill in Path of Exile. Big recommend if you played the first game. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... I mean, that's true that it saw no evil, because the skull was bashed. Summary Medical Examiner Sato's finding in the death of Sungmin Trench. Cause of death: severe blood loss following laceration to the throat and neck. Recovered metadata from optical mods indicate a time of death at 9:45 PM. Subject's skull was smashed in with blunt force posthumously, destroying the majority of systems in their optical mods. Trace of wood splinters found in skull matched the broken bat found near body. Heavens Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. I mean, already Sato only had one hand and used would probably only have wanted to use the katana based on his prior, like, actions. You could definitely make that argument. It wouldn't, like, be very strong, but it's an argument I could see you make here for sure. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them, based, and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 PM. We killed him... last. Creek died last. We killed Miller second to last. Is Yumi not dead naming them, but Emma is? I mean... What do you mean dead naming? I mean, they are dead, but do you mean by saying Heaven Smiles instead of Miller? Yumi is saying their full legal titles in addition to their nicknames. That's not dead naming. That's just proper procedure. Cause of death. And Miller, like, their titles is just a shorthand. Like, that... Dead naming is a specific thing. I'm working, so only listening. Okay, that's fair. Dead naming would not make sense as a, like, concept here. I also don't think their gender is in question in any way. Cause of death. Single stab... I mean, we wouldn't know based on what we've seen so far, so maybe, but nothing we would know about. Single stab wound to the carotid artery, leading to massive blood loss. Loss of consciousness would have occurred momentarily after the blade's withdrawal. Notes: subject was stabbed in the neck with a bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wound is approximately 13 centimeters deep. Blood on subject's hand suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding or possibly even remove the weapon. No other injuries. Analysis of subject's mods indicates their self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death. Combined with the location of the stab wound, subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to face back. Fight back, not face back. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. So Trade died after Miller. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 PM and 9:50 PM. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway. That's very interesting, actually. I feel like Creek was more important than the Blue Bloods are letting on. The Blue Bloods talked about, or Han talked about a savior. No, not Han. Han didn't talk about it. It was, what's her name? Mireille. Mireille talked about the Blue Bloods looking out for a hidden heir that would inherit the fortune. It was London, no? Wasn't it, Mireille? Something about hope? I guess, oh yeah, because, yeah, you're right. Mireille quizzed us on it. Mireille quizzed us on the murders, that we knew about them, but London was the one who gave us the information. You're right. And Mireille never mentioned the heir thing, just that they extinguished the bloodline. So that makes sense, it's London. I wonder if Creek was that heir. We'll see here. Severe blood loss and hemorrhaging following the detonation of a mag rail slug inside the subject's torso. Subject was shot from close range, 1 to 2 meters. Subject had a modded spinal brace, likely a relatively low-cost, low-tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Childhood injury. Dicaria trying to kill all the kids. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs several-fold. Subject childhood medical records indicate DT-free, but no signs of disease seems to exist at this time. No MET information in bloodstream, most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Okay, I'm shelving that in the back of my head as a likely theory. Now, I gotta refill my drinks and take a piss real quick. So I will be right back. But actually, before that, let's see if we can get into music first. But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. There we go, we got music back. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I got a bunch of DCP errors on my microphone for some reason. Could not verify... What the fuck? Why did this happen? Could not verify version with server. Received status code 521. DCP error occurred. Please update your firmware. Oh, the UCB disconnected, I guess. Twice. Why? I can't click on this one. Let's see if this kills my microphone. I'll have to start the program again. Did it kill the microphone? Did the quality of the audio change? I don't think so. I think that's only the app for changing the settings, not for the actual audio processing. They have two separate apps. Everything's fine? Good. Thank you. Appreciate it. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Bad internet? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. I wonder how they do this in the future. Let me think. Like, in my head, fundamentally it should be the same tech that's used today to validate payments, but with extra steps added in to check with, like, DNA and shit, right? Because it was locked to the owner's DNA. Or no, it's not. This isn't DNA coded. It was the, like, 128 letter / byte password thing that's tied to fingerprint. I don't remember what it was, but it's tied to the owner in some way like that. Should just be one more field at checking. Yeah, this was fingerprint protected. Correct, you're right. It was a long-ass password and 2 thumbs. Thank you. This should just be the exact same technology we're using today, I feel. The only difference I could see is if it's not connected to the internet in the same way. But it would have to be in order to validate the payment. They talk about the blockchain with it, which I find a little bit weird, because that would make the transaction so much more computationally expensive. But I guess that's fine for how large sums are on the dark card. They said specifically that the dark card is for, like, insanely high expenses, right? With illegal money. Or untraceable money, rather. So yeah, it's probably not that markedly different from what they do today. They did mention it burns through battery on the tablet when running a transaction. That's really interesting. So it's forcing the tablet to do the calculations for it, or to validate it, rather. Because you don't do that locally. Because it's way too expensive to do locally. Huh. That's really fun if they actually thought of that. That the fact that it's on crypto and has to validate it. There's a GPU farm in that card. Well, I'm thinking that it's not doing it itself. It's what it's connected to. There's a GPU farm in the... or ASIC. Yeah, ASIC farm. Right? Because you use ASIC for mining crypto these days, because GPUs and CPUs are too expensive. So it would be... Well, it would use whatever processing the tablet it's connecting to has, and hijacking that and saying, here, run this this problem. Fucking process. That's funny. I like that they thought about that. Might not make sense if you are more of an expert. I'm just a layman that has a little bit of experience with it, I guess. But I really like that it's not just hand waved away. The fact that they mentioned it burning through battery means they thought about like consequences of having it on the blockchain and everything, at least a little bit. Or the number of, or the numbers we're talking about are so incomprehensibly large that it takes time for the transaction to complete anyway, just because the dark card is too stacked. I don't think that's the case though. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation. How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Ship, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So taking that digital evidence into account. Okay. I would love if the adjutant is an AI for another reason. It'd be so funny if the ADHD act is just a facade and she's doing it to support Morgan because she likes Morgan. And the way she's acting is just to throw Emma off guard. I don't believe that at all, but we're headcanoning some fun stuff. I just find it really funny how off guard Emma gets by specifically the adjutant. Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. They've only won in cases against Emma with AD-84, you're right. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tarek Chopin. Guy looks menacing as fuck. The way his eyebrows are, he looks like a character out of Kill la Kill. That guy who's always bigger than whatever he's compared to or whatever, what space he's in. The height is extremely variable on that guy, I forget what his name is. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So, we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. $20-minute difference. Interesting. Triggering an automatic 1099 alert, or 999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running. Royally pissed off and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. Huh? Does that really kill you instantly? Even now? Your body takes a little bit of time to shut down. Really? You gotta have like at least like 5 to 10 seconds before you die from that, right? You just can't pump blood anymore. Chopin was impaled for his back by a long thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. Yeah, it would destroy the heart, but you don't die, like, instantly if... Yeah, you'd live one blood cycle. That's not instantly, though. Like, it's lethal for sure. Like, he would fall down and die, but... I guess he wouldn't be able to do anything. He can't speak without pumping blood and everything. Yeah. I guess it's instantly enough. Well, you could argue that you're instantly dead with no chance of recovery. I feel like the imprecision there is at a tier where it could come back, but it's not guaranteed to come back, if that makes sense. We can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trey's neck. You basically exonerated the fucking accused at this point, haven't you? This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. Multiple things I want to point out here. First of all, it doesn't make sense for this like series of affairs to happen without a or like if there was a conflict. So like if he got out from being tortured, this is not the way that this would have gone at all. And it definitely shouldn't have started with the guns. How did he get... I mean, the guy got blasted through the chest is about as instantly as Chopin. Is it? It split through his entire body. It was a fragment round that like went through his entire body. I guess maybe. Yeah, you might be right. Semantics. Look, Kirby, this is a murder thing we're discussing. I would like to get into semantics of things, especially because the game has done that before. Summary of medical examiner Sato's. It's pretty hard to die faster than that, TBH. Okay, fair enough. I thought that, like, you would still have to bleed out if you can't pump blood. Like, your brain would stop getting oxygen, but I thought that it would stop getting oxygen in a way where you would still have a little bit of time. Like, we're talking 3 or 4 seconds before you died. Whereas getting blasted and having shards go everywhere, but then it's just the brain that decides it, so you're completely right that it's the exact same thing. You would still have to wait for the brain to die in both cases. So yeah, the only way you do something more instantly right is if you just shot someone's brain off. Bash someone's head in. Fair enough. I'm arguing something that doesn't have to be argued. A bad habit of mine, I'm aware. Summary of medical examiner Sato's finding in the death of Tarek Chopin. Cause of death, penetrative cardiac stab wound. That's what she said. Posterior, death was instantaneous. I like that it clarifies anterior as in forward, but not posterior as in behind. Notes. Insight. Standard issue for police department. Externally mounted biomonitor reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04. They mentioned that he didn't have the camera. Have this... I was just... Random idle thought. Is the camera, the mounted camera they've got, linked to the biomonitor? Has that been established? I don't think so, but I just want to check in case someone remembers. Subject was subject was impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation, as if blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. How badass wouldn't it be if Emma is the murderer? And it's not just us as a serial killer, Emma is also a serial killer. She was there after us and we're playing Tom and Jerry. That'd be really funny. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crash Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back. Han mentioned that no gang member here would have recordings on in their... Nah, she was doing research to get to HBK. I'm aware. I'm just saying she's also a murderer. Just because she's doing research on a different murderer doesn't mean she's not also a murderer. This is a lesbian romance series, Kirby. You gotta lock in. Han mentioned that no one would have a recording on their like bio eyes or whatever in the gang, and that's common knowledge. So I'm wondering if that can be used as an argument against Sosuke being the murderer, because he would know that he doesn't have to bash in Trey's skull in order to prevent the recording. That it likely could just be it has to be someone who didn't know about it. Gonna head to bed. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Sounds good, Marcus. You are getting an early dang sleep. I hope you wake up refreshed tomorrow at 5 a.m. Their argument is that he did it because he enjoyed it. Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious where this goes. And you'll see it in the VOD tomorrow. Subscribe to my YouTube channel to get regular updates. Just kidding. I love to just go YouTube brain. It is funny. The first VOD, the first Off the Devil VOD, randomly has 300 views now. I don't know why. The second one has 10, I think, last I checked. But in 5 days, the Off the Devil VOD 1, or I think the original episode 0 and episode 1 has like 5 views. And then episode 2 has 300, which is very funny. But then the follow-up is also gonna have like 20 views or something. So they just really love that first one. It's gonna be my most watched VOD for sure. Bro, people are horny for this game, for sure. The Steam DB for episode 2 release is like 6x episode 1. Yeah, that makes sense. I saw 700 people cap out like online at the same time. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, and I clicked off the game, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it? Okay, Officer Rogers could be the murderer. Yeah, it's because it's just released, for sure. It's just funny. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. I've never realized that you actually do get a view boost by being one of the first people to get a VOD out, or like get content out on a game. Like, I know you do intellectually, I just didn't think it would hit on a completely unknown channel like mine, that has 0 like discovery, right? But it did for some reason. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. To be fair, Melee and Umineko do not have that boost. Yeah, I also haven't put up a single one of those VODs on the channel, so I can't compare with them. I don't know, actually, let me check real quick. What's the word? Oh, I see. Your point was that it doesn't have the boost. It makes sense that I would know about it. Okay, sorry. I was not locked in when you said that, and considering what you were actually saying, that does make sense, yes. Let me see. What does the Umineko VOD have? Pipsqueak plays Umineko. Because, what's his name? I don't even know if I show up. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Because I had, we couldn't transfer the account over to me. Didn't manage it, so we had him just, what was his name, Harpot. We had Harpot when he stopped watching me, just changed the name to some gibberish, and then I made a new account. So what does Umineko have? Okay, 200 views on the first one. So we have the I'm sad that they didn't keep doing Umineko, because it ends in, which one is this? This is episode 6, I think, right? Did they really upload everything up to like episode 6? That's crazy. That's way more Umineko than I thought it would have. No, it can't be that much, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I streamed Umineko for about double this. This is episode 5, I think. Oh well, that's kind of neat. There's more of Umineko there than I thought there would be. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, it did not have that boost. Right, looks like Nazi's trial in episode 5. That's possible, yeah. Also, one of those VODs wasn't even Umineko, I realized. Well, I'm happy I'm logging everything from now on so that I don't have that issue in the future, and I'll just always have Umineko, or not Umineko, I'll always just have things up. It's one of those things where there's already been people joining in because of the VODs, and I find that really, like, heartwarming. If you're someone who watches the stream because you watched the VODs at some point, if you come in the future, just saying that makes me really happy, and I feel kind of bad because that I didn't do this beforehand. On the other hand, I don't think I did like a long playthrough of any game before Umineko in that sense. I think that was I just did Melee before then, so there wasn't really anything to do VODs of, probably. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. So I want to say starting position here. Let's think here. I don't think time matters here. Methodology is a weird answer. Time, surely? Why? The starting time specifically. Not the time it took for the entire thing to take place, but the starting time of it. I think that's completely irrelevant to the questioning. What's it called? The time it took to do the murder, I think, is important. The methodology, I don't think... If anything, that would argue against Emma, because it would imply the gun and everything. So that would not set up Sosuke as the killer. I think the starting position is interesting. The fact that we have the order of enemies killed. But I struggle to see how that would tie into whether it's him or not. Like, how did he get the gun? How did he do that? I feel like that also argues against her position. What does she mean by methodology? I did like miss an hour of the trial. Okay, yeah, then that's fair. What does she mean by methodology? Shot, shot, stab, stab, stabbed. Bashed head in. That it's brutally effective. Killed in like a professional. I could see that being the argument. Knew how to handle a katana. It's either starting position or methodology. I'm leaning methodology. Starting position would be... Oh. XD, I misclicked. I misclicked, that was correct. We love that. Satos established where in the room the killings had to have started. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking was why starting time was relevant. This is an issue with all these types of games. It's really easy to argue yourself into like the wrong conclusion. This game does a pretty good job of like avoiding that by leading you on in like subtle ways. Like my first instinct was starting time, and then I sort of argued myself into methodology. But I think starting time definitely is the one that stands out. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. But why would you argue against yourself? That's why I didn't pick that. Yes. An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, I see, and dragged him in front of the desk, where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. That's what she said. But clearly they had to cut... That's not even what she said, that's just bad. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body's telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. A game. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. God, it's also really refreshing that they just use like real language that I feel like real humans would do, even for the internal monologue. It's really rare that I've seen the term jack shit in like a visual novel. I don't know if I actually have. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to the cross-examination. I need to remove the... I have a button on the bottom of the controller, and if I just clutch a little too hard, I press it to forward. I need to remove that and use a different button. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed the habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? You're not part of us. Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand, about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So, what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Timing, right? Causes of death, all match. Causes of death, all match what we know, except Chopin, which established that we don't know. The only thing would be Creek bleeding out slowly, but I don't think that matters. I think it's the timing of things happening, right? Really? Murder weapon. Why? The knife! What do I know that they don't know? I don't know, because I forgot too! Morgan, I forgot too! You're right, you're so right. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. Thank you, Kirby. I completely forgot about the knife. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin a cross-examination, Your Honor. That's a reference! Guys, that's a reference to Ace Attorney! Oh, I like this. I'm happy to be back on the screen. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not kill her! What's her name? It's not Misa. It's I did not kill her, Misa! No, it's... What's her name? In the room? I forget. Lisa. I did not kill her, Lisa. I did not. I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARC's data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. No, Kirby. No, Kirby. I only care about backseating from people who know already. I love speculation from people who don't haven't played further ahead. I only care about backseating from people that are ahead of me in whatever game I'm playing. I really like theorizing and arguing about things in chat with me. So even though that led to the correct answer, I don't mind at all. That's completely fine. More of that. I love that. It's specifically when people are like, "Oh yeah, I've played the game, and have you looked at this thing here? Oh, have you thought about the knife?" And that shit gets on my nerves immediately. But if you, as someone who hasn't played further, goes, "Have you thought about the knife?" I'm like, "Yeah, good point." Because the implicit difference is that if someone who's played ahead says that, it means that it's the correct thing or something I will need to keep in mind in the future. If you, as someone who hasn't played before, says, "Think about the knife," that has no such ulterior thing behind it. I just forgot that wasn't a TLS only thing. Yeah, now you know. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the arcs would show it. Ended this episode with blank credits with 0 save reloads. Get wrecked. I've only reloaded because of fucking bugs and misclicks. I'll take the L's, but you can't count the reloads against me. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Yup. Two individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched the MAG US firearm that's been entered into evidence. I did. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable, but the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Didn't exactly learn anything new there. Couldn't the shrapnel have been there already? We'll take a look at that one later. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hand suggested that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Oh my god. It doesn't loop down. Oh well, duh, it doesn't matter. I was thinking that if he reached up, then the fingerprints would be there, but they could have also been washed away with the blood, right? But that essentially says he didn't have time to reach up and grab the blade, because... or... yeah, because it wouldn't be where the blood was. He would not get to touch that area, so yeah, that makes sense. If he had time to reach up and touch the blade, we would have seen the fingerprints there. Because we didn't wipe off the edge of the blade, we only wiped off the handle of the blade. He didn't grab the blade, so we're probably gonna push that. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. I mean, we need to know what agitated means. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. I'm really liking the theory I think Munch had last time, that he got shot and they masked the bullet hole by poking at it with the blade, stabbing through it and then moving it around. I feel like maybe they would have found that anyway, but it's something I'm keeping in mind. Alternatively, this could say that it's not a seasoned samurai who used it, i.e. not our victim, or not victim, our accused. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it, because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade? Is this a good line of argument against Emma? And wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss. No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Oh yeah, it impaled him, right? Stab wound, not a slash. That's an important difference. I don't think it would be really fucking weird to stab and hit the cartoid. Yeah. Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Weird comment, Morgan, be careful. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when they say I found that very enlightening. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? I gotta grab my Crocs, because I'm short as fuck, and I've been having my feet up on a stool the entire time, but it's getting uncomfortable for my back, leaning back like that. So I want to sit on the floor, but I need my Crocs on in order to reach the floor with the chair at the lowest position. I'm like the shortest motherfucker around, I feel. It's weird, because I think it's like my legs are shorter than my upper body. Heard this theme before? Dude, if this game got an Umineko level voice acting like cast, it would go so insanely hard. I also think this game is like uniquely really suited for like a TV series. Or you could do a series of movies as well. Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright... I love that his name is Chopin, by the way. He did get chopped. What's his last name? It's not Dexter. Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright... Like, if they don't have Morgan, I don't care. I need Morgan specifically. I mean, it wouldn't have gone caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Wait, I don't have the arc? Why the fuck do I not have the arc? Also, the sound system, I need to remember this. I actually should take a second to catch all the evidence that hasn't been used yet, because these are gonna come up. Mostly blotted out by blood coming from Chopin's corpse. Well, he wasn't... He can't have been... It can't be stuck on the floor, because he was stabbed standing up. Or was the... Where the... And then the blood went... Do we know where he was stabbed? From behind. Wasn't he like arched over the... the table? Yeah, I mean, it is from dragging their across the floor, right? It can't be from anything else. And then specifically the fact that the red ink is the way it is suspicious. Blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse. Of course that's not possible. He was stabbed in the back while standing up, so he would then collapse face first onto the floor, bringing the sword with him. Motherfucker. Okay. Well, yes, if you want to get technical. I suppose if Chopin was impaled and fell face first, but he... Did he? Oh yeah, it's posterior, right? Wait. From behind, yeah. It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. I just remembered... No, you're right. It is on the floor in the arc. I just forgot about it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. God, I'm bad at this. It feels so bad to get these wrong. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Yeah, right, Kirby? I feel like it should at least not go down completely stably into the floor without also, like, ripping through the wound, right? Like, even if it does get stuck, it would, like, cause it to not be, like, a straight line, right? Does that sound right? What, are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand, because the other one's broken. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Munch, right? Like, there's no way. But apparently, in this universe, it falls straight onto the blade tip without disrupting the wound at all. If anything, I feel like it has to be a lightsaber that goes straight into the ground for that to be the case. Sword in the stone looking motherfucker. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Magus, right? I mean, it has to be Magus. The Magus. How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip a sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? Ugh. That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. How did he hit? It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as a recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the shadow and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held a handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible, but if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. It's gonna be the other police who got there, it's gonna be London or some shit. Or the likely killer, it's gonna be the older officer they've named by name like 5 times. Start with an R, I believe. It's not Reinhardt, it's something. Reginald. That can only mean it's time to face off with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well, then let us summon to the stand! Null, name not found! What? What? Is that a family or given name? Sarah. You are the funniest motherfucker on earth, man. What? Yeah, I got one big old error here, right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here. What? He said hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? A star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Is that Emma's first pink screen quote? I think so. Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Here it is, Kirby. I told you they added a song for the turnabout. And it's a fucking jammer. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes and London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. You two wanna fuck so bad. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? Only suspect, right? The partner could be a suspect. Has to be only suspect, I think. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night, because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. Yeah, it's the partner of Chopin, right? The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. The dark card, right? Yeah, the dark card was in the thing. It has to be the dark card. I was thinking red ink, but that's not relevant. What is that? The dark card found lodged in the Sheik's datapad. Or Creek, not Sheik's. That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. I think we fucked up. I actually think this is gonna come back to bite us. Was it London we talked to? I think it's London. It's either Race or London. Could also be Sarah. But I don't think it's Sarah. I think it's London. We claimed we don't know what a dark card is. I think that's London. Yes, it's when London was explaining things. We claimed we don't know what a dark card is. However, London has told us, which is a good enough alibi. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just thinking, what information did London give us? We probably already know this. I just feel like we're probably going to overstep here. We already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card, but whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime? Oh crap, yeah, I almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers! Boop boop. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? This is the thing I was thinking of. Like, what do we actually know about a dark card? I don't know if London told us this detail, and he's listening in on this. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying. Using the dark card that he owned. Why would this happen on his... What? Okay. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. Burden of proof. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Why would it be aborted? Wiped of all prints is also weird, because he didn't wipe the prints on anything else. If it's his card, why would we wipe the prints? He already didn't wipe the prints on anything else. Oh, and it has Chopin's fingerprints on it. Oh no, no, it has Chopin's fingerprints. Why does it... What? But it has to be the fact that this is wiped of all prints, right? Oh, this has Creek's and Chopin's fingerprints on it. Creek's comma, Chopin's fingerprints on it. Yeah, it's the dark card not having any prints. Yes. Which one do they want me to show for that? Probably the dark card. Characterization, Your Honor. Baller fucking picture. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek, despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. What? What? Oh my god, I got a banger achievement from that. I got reading the card explains the card. Oh wait, what? I went, apparently that's auto, okay. I did the shift and tab to go into the Steam overlay. Yeah, I got the achievement, the card, reading the card explains the card. Which is awesome, because that is a phrase from Magic the Gathering that I love. That's true, it does not explain the card. That's the issue with it in both like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. There are cards that are not explained by reading the card. Actually a banger video essay on that. Let me lower the volume a little bit of the game. I feel like this is a little loud. There's a banger video essay by Ristic Studies on that. Let me link that. Explaining the card explains the card. Oh, banger. Okay, I linked the video essay. It's a good watch. Big wreck. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek, despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. What? If the dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck! So who did this dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints of the card to hide the fact they were ever there. Look up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Dark Guardian and guess at which point its effect starts. I always bring up, what's it called? I was gonna say Final Turn, that's not true. It's, what's the name of the fucking card? Is it Last Turn? It's Last Turn, right? Last Turn. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, Last Turn. I always bring up Last Turn as a card that's like impossible to explain with the, This card is always treated as a Gate Guardian card, cannot be normal summon set, must be either special summoned by Dark Element or special summoned from your hand or graveyard by shuffling into the deck. One each of your Sangov the Thunder, Kasujin, and Sujin that is in your hand, face of field, graveyard, and or banished. Cannot be destroyed by battle. If this card is special summoned by the effect of Dark Element, it is unaffected by other monsters' effects or your opponent's activated spell cards or effects. I mean, it starts at cannot be destroyed by battle. And on it is unaffected by monsters' effect or your opponent's activated spell cards or effects. This is a summoning condition. And this is also summoning condition. So it's either cannot be destroyed by battle or it is unaffected by monsters' effects. These are the two effects on it. The rest are all activation requirements. Summoning conditions. No activation requirements. That's funny. That's absurd. Banger theme. Okay, they fixed my problem with the music. But there could actually be no effect on that card. I think the last one should be an effect. Cannot be destroyed by battle is ruled as an effect. But not an activated effect. I could see an argument that it has no activated effect. That's for sure. Because it doesn't. What I was gonna say is, the main issue I had with the court cases of episode 1 was that the music was the same as in the sections where you're investigating. The addition of just these two themes has solved that completely, and I really have no complaints about the OST in this game anymore. I hope they added it to episode 1 as well. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What do you... This customer could afford a dark card! And yet, they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That's a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? I think she's playing you, maybe. I think maybe she's onto you. Well, I hate to do this, because I love spending time with you all, and having a physical body, and being ensouled. It's definitely one of the AIs controlling this body. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. So, Aria Holdings is not part of House Icaria. No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aria Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler. I thought that was Sosuke saying it. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City Council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents here? Yes, both of his fathers were present. There's something extremely fishy about how Chopin died. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? She's reacting to exactly what I'm reacting to. This feels painfully staged. Maybe he was a little bit too much of a goody two-shoes. Casually mentioned gay parents? Yeah, I know. In the lesbian game, that's crazy. If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes, Bosuke. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Wait, is this guy the blue blood? He does have blue blood. If you look at the thing on his neck. Actually, let's check his profile. Is he hiding the tattoo somewhere? Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. Hayakawa branch was killed. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Bosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. You're literally the blue blood. You're the key to their entire fortune that's been accruing interest for so long. The fuck? Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Coolest choice in the game so far, unironically. Oh my god, what do we want to do, chat? I think we want the most amount of knowledge. So I think even though it is the wrong move politically, if we say won't say, he might think it's Makoto, and then he's more inclined to take his life. So won't say might have the same result as giving the correct answer, Mirei. I feel like if Makoto told him to, he would jump off a burning building and just kill himself. Whereas Mirei gives us more information. So I think I would be honest and give him the information. She said her name was Mirei. Mirei. Who is she? Mirei. So hard to get the Swedish accent out of it. A powerful member of the house, on the side of Arya. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for a whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So, did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. No, you assassinated people. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. Yeah, so Morgan's finally finding someone who relates is here. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. Okay, so I feel like it would be appropriately macabre for the leader of the house, Daisuke, to make the estranged heir of the Blue Blood family into the murderer, the assassin, sicked on them in order to kill them all later on in life. That seems suitably macabre to me. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined, elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated, the status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound. but can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. Honestly, Mood, I also wouldn't report if I got like hard red in melee or some shit. Like, fuck that shit. I'll just pretend that I meant to get hit. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam. But the new ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. Well, you did find your, what's it called? You did find your... I was gonna say soulmate, but that's wrong, because Emma is your soulmate. Your partner in crime. I didn't stop you because I thought your punish game was ass. Dude, I've literally done that before. At one point, I was up 4 stocks to someone I was playing with in friendlies, and I just stopped DIing a combo to see if they could kill me when I wasn't holding anything. And they failed, and I just immediately shine gimped them. And then I was like, I'm sorry, I need to go get food, and walked away. That might be one of the most tragic things I've ever done now that I think about it. It was pretty early in my career. I just was so bored of playing them that I just let them try to kill me. They failed, and then I just one-tapped them and then walked away. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. All true. I am. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, circumstances were different then too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No? Why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me win this case. What happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. Please be based and say you don't actually care. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you're going through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that, but soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria? No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. That is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more! Sarah is gonna end up having to prosecute Morgan at some point. I feel like that has to be the final case. And I think she is going to figure out... Like, she's the one that spends the most time with us. She has freakishly good intelligence. She has access to more resources and processing power than anyone else. She's going to figure out that we're a murderer. Or she might already have. I think she might have a suspicion, but I don't think she truly believes it. 12:27 p.m. August 15th, 2086. Courtroom 48D. Laria, are you telling me you think the choices in the end of Umineko are huge? I guess actually that makes sense. You're not you're not talking about the cake. You're talking about the magic versus magic isn't real option. That makes way more sense. That is a way fairer assumption. I thought you meant the cake, slicing the cake, which is such a meme. When we got there in my playthrough, were you there? I don't remember if you were there or not. Which probably means you weren't, because I think I remember most names that were in the chat at the time. When we got there, I was so like flabbergasted that there was a decision, and it was this fucking like whatever. Fucking a cake. Not fucking a cake. Fucking slicing a cake. I gotta go pee again. BRB. I'm piss gang today, I don't know why. 1 hour and suddenly I need to go again. I'm drinking too much water. I hate being piss gang. Why you gotta drink water just to pee it out again? Who designed us like this? It's fucked up. There we go. I had to put my phone on the charger. It was at 4%. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10-999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance. My Swedish came out for a split second. My jogging distance. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Rogers still hasn't shown. Yeah, Rogers is clearly the suspect here. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. "7 minutes after his death. More than enough time for the murderer to leave. Even arranging the crime scene. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. Officer Rogers gets there, together with Chopin, stabs Chopin in the back, or shoots Chopin in the back, then stabs Chopin in the back, or alternatively, if he shot him, he would turn around. Might have tranked him. Manages to stab him in the back. Probably when he's analyzing something. Gets out the window through the fire escape. Let me think here, actually. Wait. It's moved toward the fire escape. And it makes a really loud, unpleasant noise. There's no reason why he would move this closer to the fire escape after exiting through the fire escape. So this would have had to happen first. It has to happen after Morgan leaves, but before Chopin. Why would they move it? I don't see a reason why they would move it and enter through the dumpster, like the area there, unless they couldn't get in through the door, which seems weird. Actually, is it weird? They did say it auto-locks behind you, but it's broken now. Wait. That's also an inconsistency I haven't tracked before. The door has an auto-lock, it's all busted up now, but we closed the door behind us. And nothing that happened while we were there would bust up the door, would it? And we needed a key to get in. So, whoever killed Officer Chopin also chopped up the, or like, busted up the door in order to, yeah, we were let in from the inside, but the door was functioning then. We needed a key to get in, which is no longer the case because it's busted up. So it got busted up after we left. I don't understand when the dumpster was moved. Is my main issue. I don't see how it could have been moved before they entered through the fire escape. But that doesn't make... Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, of course, sorry, I managed to confuse myself. Yes, you're completely right. They entered through the fire escape, moved the dumpster, jumped up and got through the fire escape. Then they he killed Chopin and busted the door on his way out. And he couldn't move the lid because it makes a loud noise. But it is specified as incredibly heavy, so it's likely they needed to both be there to do it. Yeah, okay, that does track together. Can you open the windows from the fire escape from the outside? Windows are not broken. Opens to the alley and the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Magus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handle match Creek and the rest of his pod. This does look like they open inwards, I just don't know if you can open it from outside. On the floor below the murder scene, right. This is such a weird timeline. Wait, so... including the floor underneath, what did we find out there? It's accessible from the fire escape. It's disheveled. Why would that be relevant to the case? It has to be relevant to the case, otherwise they wouldn't have shown it to us. Let's assume they enter together. Was he just hiding out underneath? My thinking is this. He enters together with Chopin through the fire escape, which has to be openable from the outside. They get in, they, like, look around the place. He stabs Chopin with the sword, likely doing something else as well. I'm guessing, like, tranked or some shit like that. Otherwise, I don't see why he would do the like, digging around with the sword. Then he hides out on the floor under, and then leaves to rejoin London and Reyes when they arrive, so that he's not in the area before he should be. We need to know whether he was inside. I really doubt he was inside when London and Reyes arrived there. I think they probably found him outside, and they entered together. Maybe they bust. Wait. No, this makes way more sense. He chills out on the floor underneath, and then together with London and Reyes, they bust open the door. That's why the mechanism is broken. And then he just plausibly says that or he doesn't say anything. He's like, I just arrived, or whatever. Or I've been waiting here for you. I haven't gone in and checked yet, you know? Okay, I feel like that's the very plausible sequence of events. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit. We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor? I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. His hands were shaking. Feels too easy that's why he would be digging around the wound, but maybe that's it. Then it's weird that he would aim perfectly at the artery and just kill him. I want to fuck Kasim London. He's got a very piercing stare. He's pretty fucking handsome. I gotta agree. I can see what you mean. What's he got left to hide? Why were you nearby? How did you clear the building? Where are your body cams on? How did you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. If it's blaring from upstairs, there's a chance that someone else moves the dumpster, or rather that they could move the dumpster without being heard because the noise inside blocks out the noise from outside. I don't know if that will be relevant or not. Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death. Counselor, we weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms at around 10:17 p.m. How... Wait, so you and Reyes clear the building. Your partner isn't... I thought your partner was Rogers. But he already reported the man... Okay. Over comms around 10:17 p.m. Which is how many minutes after? I know he's Chopin's partner, but he said that they linked up with Rogers to... like when they got there. And I took that to mean that in this case, Rogers was with them when they were clearing everything out, but obviously Rogers was already there, which seems highly suspicious. 3 minutes. Did they enter through the door? Yes. I think. Six minutes. To a point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was on the 3rd floor, so they have to have either entered on the 2nd floor for the fire escape or on the 3rd floor. Over comms around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to 10-999? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Is your partner Reyes or is it Rogers? Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. Okay, so it's Reyes. That's important. But I really don't think Reyes is responsible. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. They still haven't linked up with Rogers. Can Reyes see through walls? She can't, right? She can see through her eye lid and the eye patch. And she can see, like, body heat and shit. But I don't think she has X-ray through, like, walls and shit, does she? Why were you nearby? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, detective? Her eye is light sensitive, not X-ray. It's a mechanical eye with a bunch of extra features. If I remember correctly, the eye patch is designed to block out the function of it. So I think she can definitely do like low light and like a bunch of different stuff. She's looked through like a book in the first case and just like parsed through it without opening it. So she definitely has some form of X-ray. I'm like pretty sure. Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? It being light sensitive was a side effect of the installation that would last for like a couple months, not the actual intention of it. I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say. It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even to press when his answer is that simple? I'm almost tempted to. We have to, right? Sandy, you won't hold it against me as a wrong option when this inevitably backfires, right? Was the soup any good, detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole-in-the-wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out they'd gone out of business last month. It had been a while since I'd last stopped by. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Yeah. Your Honor, relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it, at least. Now ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. God, I love that. Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency counselor. Deeply human sounds kinda AI. I know! She's so clearly one of the AIs. I swear. She's ADHD. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras. Wait! I got it. I figured it out. She's AI number 84. That's the double entendre. They're gonna fuck us up later. It was there all along. AI number 84, let out of the 300. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. What about your partner? But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them fought to turn their body camera on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on as it has broken earlier in the week. And Tarek Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. Yeah. There's a lot of sus shit here. I actually really love that body camera shit is like turning up as a integral part of the case, just because it's one of those things that's deeply relevant to our own reality and not super contrived. It's like a thing that could very easily happen in a real case. I agree with that, Sandy. I think like it's very easy to get correct, I feel, and not that punishing to get off. I feel like they should add one more layer to it, like, or two more layers even. I think it'd be really cool if the conversation is nested in such a way that you need to do like 8 or 9 conversation options in order to get all of the points you need. And then, you have more opportunities to get it wrong. And you have to like figure out what you have to press more frequently in order to actually get to the 21 mark. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? It's because it's like the least punishing part of the gameplay in the game, and it feels a little bit out of whack with the difficulty of the rest of it. I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor? Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. Agreed entirely, Sandy. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us. More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just Jess Sterling? Jess Starling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor? Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so your approach, and they're already here. You get one. You get one. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crime, is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. Okay. Interesting information to have with the knowledge that he's a spy. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I need spoilers as well. If you're asking about this, what's he gonna say? The Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with grey-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shirt off? Achoo! Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to! If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Judicial. It's prejudicial as hell. Is that a hard C? Judicial or judicial? It's a judicial, isn't it? I think it's a judicial. Ugh, girls fighting. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension. The human drama. This is also a good shot to take a screenshot of. Actually, I want the cloak in it. That's good enough. But the tension, the human drama. Bro, I'm so glad I don't speak 2 languages. I only mispronounce stuff in 1. Judicial. Isn't it judicial? It's prejudicial. Yeah, prejudicial is the correct way to say it. I mean, the funny part is like, there's so many times when I'll say something wrong in Swedish and I'll just jump in with the English word and vice versa. Juice, not hus. Exactly, yeah. Huis. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds and I'll have my client served up a mistral before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. I really like that she can lock in. This fucking judge is better than every single judge in Ace Attorney, like, combined. Not just in how funny she is, but also as a literal judge. She takes this shit way more seriously than they do. It's kind of funny. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery is filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us with all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that... Don't worry, Sosuke, they can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. And he was mad that the Ace attorneys don't portray enough real law. I can see that, because these people talk like attorneys. And like, even the first case, the obvious suspect was the villain. But it just was really, really difficult to pin it on them. I really like that. It's really refreshing. This game is a much better Ace Attorney than any Ace Attorney. I legitimately believe that. In the first case, I thought the atmosphere was a little weaker, but they have hit it out of the park in episode 2. Like, it is so good. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? It's also why the investigation sections are so long. Yeah, I really like the investigation sections in this compared to the Ace Attorneys. They're done a lot better as well. Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes. He's finally here. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really, but The redirect fizzles out. No, AD, it resolves without effect. Counselor, you want to snap it up? That's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. Yu-Gi-Oh Skaluyoku. No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford, let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the... Or, she let it go, yeah. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. Actually, it stands for cost. That still doesn't... That the effect can still resolve without... Or, the effect can still resolve without effect. Even if it stands for cost. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stop... Oh, you mean, like, the cards... The effect you're talking about is sending something. Okay, yeah, whatever. It stands for cost. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up to the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my heart. I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. We're avoiding anything to do with the Heartbreak Killer, Sarah. You need to lock in, okay? There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tarek Chopin. Huh. Hello, butts. Patrol Officer Rogers, reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry, then just, reporting for duty. Name and occupation? Patrol Officer, Huey Rogers. Occupation, Patrol Officer. June 16th, 184 centimeters, 77 kilos. This guy is 5 centimeters taller than me and weighs the same amount as me. I'm overweight, man. I gotta step it down. I can't be weighing the same as Huey Rogers. No, I just don't want to be associated with this guy, Laria, is all I'm saying. Occupation, police officer. Lower wards patrol. Like, I could either go up in weight 1 kilo or go down in weight 1 kilo, but I don't want to stay at 77. That's a problem. Police officer, lower wards patrol. Okay, corrupt as fuck, probably. Likes saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art. Dislikes sand, gets everywhere I get it. Marshmallows, the lottery. Is sand a reference to Anakin and him being a Sith? And this guy has red and is a Sith? Much to think about. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Can't stand mice. Balance easily upset. Occupation, patrol officer. Former partner of Tarek Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. When I said my name wrong, won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial? Did I not set a reminder? Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. Oh yeah, wait, I gotta check if this is still the case. Oh, they fixed it. in the episode 1 playthrough I was watching, Sarah's eyes were on a different layer from the rest of her body, like the lighting up of it, so it like shone through the phone. Now it's properly in the background with everything else. It's kind of a cool effect. Sad it's gone. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer, from what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right, from where? The start. You can play with the charm with your mouse now. But not my... That's funny. I like that. We gotta get a new charm. I love the Neko charm, but... Ooh, actually, wait. Do we like rose gold or do we like red? Let's do red for a little bit. There's a bunny girl Ray. Oh yeah, of course we're doing that. Shit, that's horny as fuck. Wait, 80. We gotta do 80. Angie's funny too. I love her so much, but let's do bunny girl Ray for sure. We're finally at the horny part of the game. It took this long. Wait, I gotta play with the sticker. Look at it go. Oh, that's hot, baby. Oh, well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echo down in the lower wards, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot, so we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. What? I mean, we know for a fact it didn't reach all the way down. The final ladder wasn't there. No, that like depending on what it means by that, that can be correct. They did move the. Did they move the dumpster? There's no way they would have such bad security you could shoot through the lock. You can do that with a bunch of real-life locks, but I feel like it wouldn't be the case this far in the future, yeah. Shopping was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? Yes, I think this is really weird. Suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, and so we had strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. Why? So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and we heard a loud slam. That's the... No, I'm taking this at face value at first, Munch. That's the dumpster closing. We've already established that makes a loud thud. This means someone was in there before Chopin died and before this. Jesus, if this is true, this is insanely complicated. Someone was there before. I really want to ask Reyes if she can back up London being with her the entire time. My immediate thought is that London was in there immediately. But if Reyes can clear him, that's not possible. My second thought is that this is all fake and he's constructing this in a poorly done way. But assuming it's true that someone escaped through there. But that doesn't... You wouldn't move the dumpster forward if you were escaping from the fire escape. You would move it if you were entering from the fire escape. We heard a loud slam. A slam? Well, he's testified that they drove there together. I don't know, until we see the body cam footage and talk to Reyes, I don't know if that's confirmed, actually. What kind of slam? Like, slam? Or like, slam? Or like, slam? I don't know. It was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I'm less sure what the second one would be. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. This seems insanely weird. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? to prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation. With some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... the dumpster closing. I mean, it's a dumpster. I was gonna say, like, it could be the fire escape ladder going down, but it's a dumpster. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. You know, it left my ears ringing too, you know? Interesting. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? What's really intriguing about this is the fact that the dumpster had to be open for that, right? Why the fuck would the dumpster close? And they couldn't close it from above. What? The dumpster was also empty on the inside, or rather it doesn't have a soft landing. And even if it did, why would you close the dumpster after landing in the garbage it houses? None of that makes sense. Dumpster was also too far away to, like, be reached with a leg or something, I think. 1,963, 172 minutes. How do you get onto the dumpster if the fire escape is open? Well, they're arguing that they fled through the fire escape, not that they went up through the fire escape. I agree that you would close the dumpster if you were going up through it, but they're arguing that they were trying to get someone using it to escape, in which case it should already have been closed. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by... yeah, but when you did go up, it had to get open while you were in there. Are you talking about Morgan? I don't think we remarked on the dumpster at the time we went there to murder, and we exited through the front door. We did not take the dumpster. It's the murder of Chopin who took the dumpster. Or fire exit. It's not related to us. The window was closed when we did the murder. Would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Ooh, yeah, I can kind of see it, but then it should have been closed. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... no. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... I've got nothing. Even if there had been damages to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai? I'm thinking. I know. But might this not be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead flip the go board, like you've told me to do before? Nice. Sarah ended up not liking chess too much in the backstory of episode 1. It's really funny that she starts playing Go instead. You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I wanted to get out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? I mean, the blood splatter on the windows indicate they were closed at the time of the shooting. Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. If he doesn't mention the loudest fuck speaker playing inside, it means that London had to have been the murderer. Because he knows about the speakers playing, and he claimed they were on when they got there, but they were off when we got there later, and they should have been on during this case, unless he got there first and turned them off. Let's hope he mentions it for the sake of the case being simple. I'll gladly recount every minutia for us, line by line. Like, every detail? This guy's so pathetic. Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. That seems really weird. Doors locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. If the window was closed, I could see it being dead quiet because we didn't hear anything outside either. But we turned the music back on. We did. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Okay, he does mention it. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I'm happy that they mentioned it. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but I didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed by some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. I don't know if they know that the... I mean, I feel like they should have been able to tell where the slam came from. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. That doesn't track. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yes. Two things stand out to me. Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The sighing is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. You don't even... Okay. So my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. That's what I was thinking. Dead quiet? If the windows were open, the music should have been audible. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. Find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Sounds like quite the sensory overload hearing it described in such detail. Yeah, could have been very overwhelming. Like the overwhelming music. But the five senses are still bound by logic. He's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor. Well, yeah, heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah, sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, right? A safe house apartment complex of sort, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Yeah, it's the fact the windows are opened. Maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly... That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead. But that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. No, because he checked other entrances. If he checked the perimeter, he did check the fire escape. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake, this one. If Reyes can't vouch for London's position, I'm getting more and more suspicious of him as the case goes on. I'm looking at this ARX from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast my programming will allow. That's a Sherlock Holmes reference to a dogshit scene. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first, once you got one spinning consistently. Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down the alley. Another new song here, which I really like. Or no, it just started at a different point than I'm used to. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. Yes, but the blood... That makes no sense. And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Interesting point. That's... Your theory's flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. Well, the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn her with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of ARCs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? helps keep you from getting flipped around. Blood spatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Magus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handle match Creek and the rest of his pod. How do you manage to blow blood to the sides like that and not hit anything on the fire escape? Wait. Do the windows slide open? Didn't they mention that? Aren't they sliding windows, not like folded windows? So you just drag the handles close? I mean, the splatter suggests that the two parts there were connected when the murder took place. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows as if they swing open? I love that it's not mentioned in the evidence, and I just needed to remember that it's that they talked about that earlier. Forces you to pay attention. In Ace Attorney, too many cases can be auto-solved by just reading back the evidence, because everything is always listed there. This is one of those details that I like that it's not there. And they said specifically it's not in the given evidence. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room, they're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. It would, because we can tell that there's no blood on the fire escape. Ugh. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not allowed. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood splatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do, because it's an AI. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. I wonder if the AI can manipulate, like, who gets assigned as the adjutant, and it just picked itself every time, and it's not RNG. I love that. My headcanon, it's an AI for sure. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened, something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARCS data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof, I doubt the ARCS could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. Unlike Umineko, who uses it wrong like once or twice. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproofed, but she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. Yeah, what do you think is likelier? That she read Umineko or the fact that she read the Wikipedia page for it? I would say it's likelier she read Umineko. She seems to like, you know, to take the... Get to the source of things. And we all know Umineko invented the Devil's Proof. No need to get it from like a meta source afterwards. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So, how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the Devil's Proof is that it's always on our side. So I needed to go and I went, so I will be going again. Well, I'm happy to see you here again for 2 seconds, Kirby, but goodbye again, Kirby. Hi and bye. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. Lovers and dreamers, huh? Very Devil's Proofy. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. Getting a, neck... I'm getting a little bit of neck pain. Let me see if I can't readjust my setup a little bit. Make it comfier. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. Oh. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah. Fennu. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. How the fuck did they hear the gunshots? How did anyone hear the gunshots? I'm going all in. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there. Oh crap, yeah! Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it! He said it! Even on the radio he called it in. True enough, I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tarek Chopin reports shots fired. The place was bugged. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network. Well, 1 report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed, before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshot unless he was asked to come there directly? Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call. No charges pressed. Dislikes cops. No incidents on record. On truancy, okay. Also dislikes cops. Well, this guy's blue. So he's definitely the cop. Made man is what it says on the thing. He has a whistle, he has the thing, he has the tattoos. I thought Tanks was gonna be the who reacted weirdest? This profile feels the most made up. I feel like this guy could very easily be an undercover cop. Officer Chopin answered a distress call. The question then is, why would only Chopin see that distress call? From the Blue Bloods. Do they have the same technology? Tumult. Wait a second. I need to check. Are those sideburns the blue blood fucking sign, but masked? It's not, but I thought it was interesting. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically. Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery's pretty poorly behaved too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Derek Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gal to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True. That's all you have to say about posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. But he's adopted. He wouldn't work with the Blue Buds without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Time to flex your media literacy. Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you collected this episode in your phone. But you already read them back front to back, right? We know the door was shot. It got entered into... I don't actually know if it got entered into the evidence, but they've claimed it specifically. Emma has claimed it specifically. Where's the articles? Sponsored by Chopin, Howe Industries, Wickham. Funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. It was raised on the... No. Voting A on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcements of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. She is on my charm and I love her for it. She looks so good here. The Atlas pillars acts as stabilizing point for the city's canopy. Super infrastructure house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. Property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. He funded that. See, it already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department. Yeah. Arthur Gall. One intended to replace hydrogen. They may have leaked on nets. iCloud leak. I'm very interested in what this is gonna lead to, if anything. Panic abound last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technica University were set ablaze. Has to be the ballot thing, right? Because that's the one he funded, and it's about the lower wards. That's the only one he's involved in. I could maybe see an argument for the Merc one. Let me double check that. Approved a record high monthly budget for the police department. Fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. White Adder, Fang, and Demico has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. There's no shop in here, right? Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones, Jessica, Ronald McGile, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting. Interesting. Interesting that Rockford has a fund. That's gonna come up later, in a later case for sure. I'm gonna go with the ballot measures. Right. Wait, are we arguing that he wouldn't work with them? What the fuck? Time to flex your media lister. It shouldn't really show some matter for shopping to work with the Blue Bloods. Yeah. He wants to set up the Atlas pillars and make society better in the lower wards, right? Has to be it. No, we are arguing that... Oh yeah, she's arguing that they want. Yeah, makes sense. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, but his family's very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course... the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean... You... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? The red ink. I thought that was going to be internal. Yup. Yup. I never made the connection. I should have known already, because of course the police would say OPSEC, but the Blue Bloods would never. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. I can still make out a reference to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean... Even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. And I gotta play ball with my medication. There we go, should have taken that 4 hours ago, but whatever, not a big deal. Just as long as I take it before I go to bed. Even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. It'd have to get past the Blue Bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Councillor Morgan, if you Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like Patrol Officer Tarek Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. New song again. Okay, they've done so much. I feel bad. I want to apologize to Evil Little Bug, who's been in the chat before when I've streamed. Now I just want to apologize for shit talking. They were playing ball. They just didn't have the music ready yet. Gekido. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tarek Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. Ah! It is a bit of a pickle. What do you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something? Or good intuition, or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal information that he'd hide from his own partner. Was that criminal informant? Yeah. CI, criminal informant. That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory. Corrupt? You've got brass, alright? That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't the Hound that... cop killing animals? Knew that whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what, you'll stab us in the back too? Sosuke. But please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple, hang the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. How dare you? While you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid. Now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. Much better judge than any of the Ace Attorney judges. I just have to reiterate. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers! This heat. Burn the house! Tension, like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots! And on the back of my neck. Every last one! Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you... A bead of sweat. Something that feels like... Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us. I'm supposed to be fast. Get down! She's small. What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sosuke, I'm not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What do you mean, why? Why did I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory? Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes, sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless blank flickering across his face, cold and sharp, like frost-bitten furs. London is a murderer, just like us. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once, at the very end. Okay, I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there. How did that man get into the courtroom, the building, and with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? I've been using white space way longer than I've been playing Of the Devil. Well, fair enough. I have never used it before, but you can skill issue me if you want. It was his own arm, Madame Barrows. Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Well, of course. Her blood type is A+. Of course she's superior. Likes hot springs, cold beer, and warm tea. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Is a cat person. I happen to be allergic. Mark answer is yes. Never forgets. A password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season? Fall. Modded illegally at some literal shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low-tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. And it checks something. I mean, if you're a cop in the cyber future, you probably killed someone. Yes, this character just has too many things going on and has been around us too much and is too intelligent to not be the prime suspect of who killed Chopin before Rogers could get in there. He is the prime suspect for sure. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel? As in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. Yeah, we need rays to clear this guy. But even then, we need the body cam footage. We need the body cam footage, and we need it to show them driving the car there. I can't trust the testimony of her otherwise. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personal files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare! What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound Vicaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way... How does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, You'd have to ask organized crimes, but the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. So, Rogers definitely beat up Sosuke. I have a hard time deciding if London or Rogers is the likelier culprit. Allegedly. How? What are the odds that he just happens to fall on the notes containing the secret information that is OPSEC of the highest level, that he wouldn't want to be found on the police investigation? This is a motive for Rogers to kill him. What's far likelier than London lying is that Rogers gets tipped off by Chopin. Chopin's like, I have my ways. I have a blue blood contract, whatever, or contact, informant, whatever. They get there. All of the pages here, it seems like he would be hunched over his desk explaining the plan, right? And then he was stabbed in the back. And they jostled the sword around a bunch because they have the shaky hand. Okay, this establishes a firm motive for why Rogers would kill Chopin. Which is more than London has. Okay, I'll lower my sus sensor on London for a while, because seems far likelier. There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. Because the main issue I've had with the fact that he was stabbed from the back is, why was he distracted? But that's a reasonable distraction. Like, he wouldn't be stabbed in the back if it was an altercation. He'd be stabbed in the back if he was explaining something, i.e. the notes that were found with his blood on them. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson. Bowen Bresson. Bowen Bresson. Bowen Bresson. Bowen Bresson. Whatever. Low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's pod? Meh, older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So, trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial about that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him down. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men, and every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks out on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial, he needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedures has to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to. The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. Agreed, Munch. On the other hand, the state seems to control the media outlets to some degree, so... a little bit. Hard to say. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Fine, yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial, dumped the Hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Are we leveling up our relationship meter with you now? You said in case number 1 that we went from nobody, not worth our attention, or her attention, to someone respectable. Are we leveling up to relationship rank 2 now? Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast, if you fail them. House Ikaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. Oh, poor unfortunate souls in need. In pain. I think it's pain, she says. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bo and Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spend all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams. Oh my god, they're gonna fall in love. Oh, it's so lesbian coded. Oh my god. Fuck already. Trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? You need to? Get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his grey matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just a thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. They're all sociopaths. They're all psychopaths. I love it so much. They're perfect for each other. They're so perfect for each other. The cat and the mouse. Oh, I love it. Runs in the family. Yeah, we did see the Rockford family sponsor one of the things there. I gotta reread that. No, it was the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting. Yeah, I think that's a very fair, safe bet, Laria. The way she whispered it, in that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. 4:08 p.m., August 15th, 2086. State Building, floor 48. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound Icaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would, if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. But it would be less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Another good thumbnail. If this guy ever shows up as the main villain. I'm grabbing thumbnails for future VODs. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It's interesting that people think I'm weird when they say, so do you like Ace Attorney, when I recommend this game? And I'm like, nah, the mechanics were off. I get why they look at you weird then, because the mechanics are essentially identical, they're just executed slightly better in this game. Pretty much everything, including the I guess the investigation segments are a little bit different, but the main difference is the logical through line throughout a case is less comical in this game than in Ace Attorney, and exaggerated, but the actual mechanics are like taken one-to-one from Ace Attorney. The difference would be, again, that they're executed better here. You're not stuck on a thread where you're further ahead than the case is as often. Agreed. The issue with the early Ace Attorney cases are that they're really dumb, and really exaggerated for effect. I think the first case that isn't like that is the Von Karma case, the 4th case in Game 1. I think that's the first case that I would argue is on the level of anything here. Or close to it. I still think this game executes it better than Ace Attorney does, but the point I'm making is I think it's a perfectly logical thing to be a little bit like, oh wow, you don't like Ace Attorney? Even though it's really like this. I think you would really enjoy the 5th case in Ace Attorney 1, the 4th case in Ace Attorney 1, and probably you would like the final case in Ace Attorney 3 for sure, but you would have to play the cases that lead up to it, which I don't think you would like quite as much, but the final case of Ace Attorney 3 I think would also be logical in a sense that you would like. But those are the standouts, I think. The 5th case of Ace Attorney 1 is famous for being extremely long, but I don't think you'd see that as a problem, because it's honestly like one of the episodes here. It's not really like an outlier comparatively, it's like 9 hours long or some shit. Or like 12 hours long, maybe. But I think you'd catch on to who the culprit was a little bit too early in that case. Anyway, yeah, I see why people are a little bit weirded out, because the mechanics are identical. This game is just better. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Though I will say, the vibes in Ace Attorney are completely different, and if you're here for the vibes, I get why you wouldn't mesh with Ace Attorney. At that point, I think you'd mesh more with Danganronpa, if Danganronpa didn't suck ass. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take his shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. He shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably methexphenolin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metahex? Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing. It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here, don't take this out of context. Sure, but at higher doses. A couple of months ago I saw this guy stumbling around on one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour, and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to shoo through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad triple hardly slowed the ball now that it's rolling. Do you believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What happened to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma makes and dispensaries of the world step in to reap the rewards, and the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The great tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? Because it's too profitable? There's competition, and name recognition, and locale, and real estate, and basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was the meeting last year, but their play date fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? Do you really buy that? Tarek Chopin, working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. The hero... Okay, Sarah looked fucking spooky as fuck when her eyes were lit up, but the rest of it wasn't. I hope they pulled that effect when she murders someone. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury is finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these Blue Bloods are He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Bloods shit list? You have their DNA key. Is it because of... what happened last year's meeting? I don't remember. Was that when they That wasn't when they betrayed and killed everyone, was it? No, that was ages ago. It's also not in the evidence in any way. Do we remember the last year's meeting? Was that the massacre? Does anyone remember? Do I gotta look back through the VOD? "30 years ago was the massacre. What happened in the meeting?" We got some info on it. I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember. Yeah. That makes perfect sense, Sandy Beach. I've been there a billion times. Watching things that I know but other people don't. So Hound is the obvious answer because you're the enforcer killing them. The assassin sends after them. But I want to answer last year's meeting because I need more information on it. Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about what happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They were gonna sell out the... Wait, are they gonna sell out the new bloods, the young bloods? Was that what it was? You were gonna work out a deal for the Ikarian network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill the blue bloods makes sold in our storefronts or pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So, they ordered me to guard Makoto full time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guard still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan, because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. This is definitely Emma. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're gonna be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? I knew it was Emma. Mutually beneficial, sure, such as plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever, as long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. Okay, so the ... is just redacted. She is saying stuff. We need to add our phone numbers too. No, I don't actually care. Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you, and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. Can't you read her fucking... I feel like you should have good enough senses to where you can read her body signals. I swear there has to be like some difference in the pheromones you give out, and you've already established your nose is better than a bloodhound's. Or on equal... Yeah, equal to one at least. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. This game is so horny, man. This game is so horny. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted, while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I'm still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I'm still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I'm still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... She's gonna say about his life. I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he's dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forgot that includes the extraordinary too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age. Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. She's talking about the high, Sarah. The high you get from the kill. It's the same. It's just like the first time. Equally sweet. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. That might be the best line in the entire case. In the entire game so far. That might be the coldest thing anyone has said in this game. And also up there for a statement in general. There are no people like me. Said with the context of who she is and who she's talking to and everything in the game so far, that is the coldest line in the entire game. And with that, the clock hits midnight, exactly, 12 p.m. at my local time, and I am going to call it there. Seems like a perfect stopping point, I think. What a fucking case. I think this case is significantly stronger than the first case, and I thought the first case was exceptionally good anyway, so I am very intrigued to see where it goes. This game is really good, and I'm happy to have recommended it to the people I've recommended it to so far. It is a joy to experience, and I hope you're having fun too. Watching along. What the fuck? Fucking open Twitch to see if I was gonna raid someone, and no, there's no one online I want to raid. So that is fine. But I will call it here. I'll say goodbye, nerds, and we'll see if I continue tomorrow. 50-50 odds, just like today. I'll report a little bit closer to when the stream would start. And just like that, I'm gonna go get food, get prepared to go to bed, and go to sleep. It's been a good one. I'll see you next time. Ciao.